Okay, I believe we are live. Let's fiddle around while some people wander into the chat room, or as Tora would say, the cat room. She's being a little brat today, aren't you? Yeah, to climb on my neck and chew on my hair and then claw me when I try to make you stop is not very nice. Yeah, yeah. So say hello to the cat room, Tora. I've been eating Girl Scout cookies. Ah, ah. I'd like to keep on eating them till the whole box is empty and then buy more. Hi, Oswald. Hi, Circle K. Tora didn't give up anything. Cats don't give up things, not for Lent and not for any reason. Although the other day, when I was ignoring her, she did throw a tantrum and she hopped on top of her little kitty cat condo and knocked all her toys onto the floor. I would let her outside as she so strenuously demands, but we have bad weather today. There's rain and hail and fog and a bit of wind as well. I managed to get another pack of cigarettes. You know how I got cigarettes after spending all my money to keep the utilities on? I picked up cans and bottles off the street and recycled them. So when you might point out to the idiots who finish their soda and toss the can or bottle, not only is that littering, it's throwing money away. Sorry, I had a burp that escaped. It's those Girl Scout cookies, the peanut butter sandwich. And I also have the lemon. Their lemon cookies are unique. It's a great big sugar cookie with frosting on one side. Not a sandwich cookie. Let me see if I can grab one to show you. Yes, I haven't eaten them all, but that's only because I'm on the second bag. See, it's a great big sugar cookie, and that side has frosting. Ooh, yummy. Well, no, tobacco is a big tax grab for California. Not quite as bad as New York, but even so, the state has a surplus in the budget. You'd think they would at least fix a couple potholes. No, they want more taxes. Hmm, hmm. Ooh, the lemon. Hmm. My secret weapon against the cat when she's bad. The squirt bottle of water. She doesn't respect me, but she does respect the spray bottle. Well, apparently Tom Steyer has dropped out of the race because he didn't do well in South Carolina. No, I don't follow politics, but it has been following me. It's all over the internet and the radio. I don't know about television because I don't have TV. We can no longer get it. Well, we couldn't anyway. On the mountain, we couldn't get free television over the airwaves because we're kind of hidden from the broadcasting towers on Mount Wilson. Oh, Tom Steyer is responsible for the cigarette tax, and he's advertising himself as a cut the taxes guy who will support Trump. Yeah, I'm sure Trump will win again. I'm not a Trumpster, but frankly, I don't like any of the Democrats either. I thought it was Governor No Good Newsom who pu- pushed the cigarette tax. Newsom is a joke. He's let's see, he's put a moratorium on the death penalty while he's in office. Well, that includes, I can see where, yeah, once in a while someone who's innocent gets the death penalty, and that is a problem. But it includes people who absolutely straight up committed serial murder, murdered children, all kinds of good stuff like that. Hi, Evie. Good to see you here. Well, the title of this show is Nobody Reads Zephaniah. Who's honking? They better not be honking for me. I don't respond well to that. Uh, Mom told me when I was a teenager, if you're dating a guy and he just sits in his car out front honking the horn, you're not going out there. He must respect you enough to come knock on the door. Zephaniah means Yahweh has hidden slash protected or Yahweh hides. Well, I got out my study Bible, but um, let's see. I also have, of course, the website with the English Standard Version because it's so much easier to read than the King James. Zephaniah is one of the prophets, and he's kind of featured in my work in progress, the X in exegesis. Has to do with the Logos, the Word of God. Uh, he's in a list of prophets who say, the Word of the Lord came and spoke to me. Not the Lord, the Word of the Lord. Now, in Hebrew, of course, word is not logos, that's the Greek word for word. But when the scholars created the Septuagint by translating the Hebrew into Greek, that's how they translated word, logos. And yes, I know it's really logos, it's a short O, but I don't care. I grew up saying logos and it's more comfortable. Oh, I guess I should light the cigarette or eat the cookie or both. People go nuts when they realize that I can sit there with my dinner plate in front of me and a cigarette going in the ashtray and eat and smoke at the same time. And I still have better senses of taste and smell than many. There we go. Anyway, along the way, as I was picking up litter off the road, all kinds of trash, I picked up cans and bottles to recycle, 5 cents here, 10 cents there. And I even found coins lying on the ground, and not only pennies. One little pile had almost 75 cents. The French smoke while eating? Well, they probably smoke Gauloises. Those are nasty. Sometimes Phil would smoke a Gaulois. Let's see, it's Gauloise. That's, I think that might be a plural. I'm not sure. It might be a possessive. But he'd smoke a Gauloise and then for an entire week not touch another cigarette. However, he did have Dean Swift snuff. It's not the crap you poke into your cheek. You put a little on your hand and sniff it into your nose. And there are different flavors with various aromatic oils. I kind of like the mix they call Dean's Own. Phil kind of liked Mrs. Siddons, Siddons. I don't know. I like them all, but I think Dean's Own blend is the best. It's kind of a hint of anise, but some other sweet things like cloves and cinnamon. Something about it is just really calming. You don't expect tobacco to calm you. Okay, let's see what Zephaniah has to say. Everybody reads Isaiah and Daniel or John's Revelation or the Gospels and maybe some of Paul's letters, but nobody reads Zephaniah anymore. Let's see what the study Bible says. It's very evangelical, and it's with the King James version. Let's see. Zephaniah is a book of contrasts. For no other prophet paints a darker picture of God's judgment, and no prophet paints a brighter picture of Israel's future glory. Historically, the book of Zephaniah was used in the providence of God to prepare Judah for the reforms and revival under King Josiah. Now, if you remember, or I kind of remember, Josiah was the king who um, reinstated the law. Um, Somebody found these scrolls of Deuteronomy in the temple somewhere. Oh, you got your salad all over the place, poor Circle K. Well, I have a cat to do that for me. Well, anyway, Josiah instituted reforms in Judah, going back to the worship of God and getting rid of false idols and stuff like that. And Zephaniah wrote in his time. So it's odd in a way that Zephaniah would talk about the bleak future of a sinning kingdom of Judah. Okay, historical setting. Zephaniah does not make great use of historical events in the course of his prophecy. Against the dark backdrop describing the judgment of God upon Judah and the nation, Zephaniah goes farther than any other of the minor prophets in emphasizing the future conversion of the Gentiles to the worship of the true God. Now, folks, minor prophets just means that their books are very short. You can read them in one sitting, maybe half an hour, maybe an hour. It doesn't mean they are unimportant. Okay. Zephaniah dates his writing in the days of Josiah. Josiah was the God fearing son of Ammon, who, with his father Manasseh, were two of the most wicked kings of Israel's history. Compare 2 Kings chapters 22 and 23. Yeah, some have argued that Manasseh was the absolute worst king. Now, let's see. During Josiah's reign, a spiritual reformation, which touched only the small remnant in Judah, took place in 621 BC, as recorded in 2 Chronicles chapter 34. Now, see, this is before the Babylonian exile, but after the northern kingdom of Israel had gone into exile in Assyria. But it isn't long before the Babylonian exile. Maybe one, maybe two generations, probably one. Zephaniah mentions nothing of this reformation. Thus, it is logical to conclude that his ministry preceded it. So he's writing before the Reformation under King Josiah. And his preaching probably prepared the way for and greatly advanced and furthered the power of the spiritual reformation under King Josiah. If these observations are true, the prophecy must have been given before the reforms under Josiah, about 630 to 625 BC. And the reforms again took place in 621. The place from which the prophet ministered is not known with certainty. The fact that the 10 northern tribes had been in captivity for nearly 100 years, together with his royal lineage, that is, Josiah is a royal, which would give him access to the king's court, makes it most likely that he ministered in Jerusalem. He may even have resided in the palace conflict. Okay, now we don't know anything about Josiah beyond his prophecy. Now this says his name means Yahweh hides. The other prophets gave their pedigrees, and if I remember correctly, so did Josiah. Yeah. And Zephaniah goes into greater detail about his ancestry, his lineage, which shows that he was the great great grandson of good King Hezekiah. Blah, blah, blah. He's a descendant of the royal line. That makes his rebuke, I'm paraphrasing, that makes his rebuke of princes and nobles even more significant. Zephaniah has been called the orator because of the oratorical style evident throughout the prophecy. He has some literary affinities with Isaiah, but more so with Jeremiah and Joel. Both he and Joel paint very dark pictures of the day of the Lord, but in both books, rays of light penetrate the darkness. Okay, there's two recurring expressions that are important: the remnant and the day of the Lord. Okay, that's enough of that. I'm not going to go through more. Your floor smells funny. Hmm. Well, it smells like salad, doesn't it? You need a dog to clean it up for you. My dog would eat salad if I gave it to the cat. Anyway, Zephaniah, oh, we might get into Joel. Maybe not today, maybe next week. But let's get into Zephaniah. I'll post the link one more time. English Standard Version is relatively recent compared to other translations and is easier to read than the King James. As beautiful as the poetry of the King James is, I go nuts trying to read aloud with doeth and showeth and all the us. Okay, the word of the Lord that came to Zephaniah, the son of Cushi, son of Gedaliah, son of Amariah, son of Hezekiah, in the days of Josiah, the son of Ammon, king of Judah. Now, see, in 7 of the prophets, it says, the word of the Lord came and spoke to them. Now, here it isn't specifically saying the word spoke to him, but he does say the word of the Lord came to him. Now, these prophets probably already knew the scriptures and the traditions, the midrash and all of that. This is something beyond the written word. Remember, there was no Bible. There was a Torah, and then there were all these separate scrolls of the prophets, and sometimes all the prophets put together were considered a second book, but there was no Bible. And this is long before the New Testament. So I don't think a scroll floated through the air into his hands. I think some kind of divine part of the Trinity or the Godhead. Jews don't believe in the Trinity, although you'll find two aspects of God in many parts of the Old Testament, like when the burning bush, Moses is hearing the word of the Lord, no, the angel of the Lord from the burning bush, and then the Lord also talks to him. That's two, but it isn't a Trinity. Well, anyway, let's go to verse 2. From verses 2 through 6 is the coming judgment on Judah. And this is the word of the Lord talking. I will utterly sweep away everything from the face of the earth, declares the Lord. I will sweep away man and beast. I will sweep away the birds of the heavens and the fish of the sea, and the rubble with the wicked. I will cut off mankind from the face of the earth, declares the Lord. Well, that's a little bit more than a Babylonian captivity, wouldn't you say? It's more like Noah's flood. Oh, hi, Sandra. Balsamic dressing. Mm-hmm. Now, I'm trying to figure out if I can make my own honey mustard dressing because I forgot to buy some. All I have is ranch and I'm craving honey mustard. Well, I suppose Zephaniah could mean that he had an epiphany or an insight, but an epiphany is sort of, God talking to you. Where do our insights come from anyway? Surely not from the brain, it's just the CPU, the central processing unit of the human computer. Although modern evolutionists will try to tell you that there's no such thing as the mind, there's only the brain. More and more discoveries are putting that to rest. Every cell in your body has a memory. Every bit of DNA in you has a memory. I propose that DNA contains the memories of our ancestors, but that's off topic. Verse 4, I will stretch out my hand against Judah and against all the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and I will cut off from this place the remnant of Baal and the name of the idolatrous priests along with the priests, those who bow down on the roofs to the host of the heavens, those who bow down and swear to the Lord and yet swear by Milcom, those who have turned back from following the Lord, who do not seek the Lord or inquire of him. Baal, of course, basically means Lord. Now I've got to find Zephaniah again. It is right before Haggai and right after Habakkuk. And let's see if there's a note on what Milcom is. Baal was the Canaanite storm god and often worshipped by idolatrous Israelites. Now this has there's something different here. Oh, I see. The term for priests in Hebrew, I don't care. Hebrew is Greek to me, and I know a little Greek. Okay, worship of the stars of heaven upon the housetops refers to Sabaism, here identified with Milcom, here it's Malcom. This practice was introduced by the ungodly King Manasseh and is associated with the worship of the Queen of Heaven. I'm going to leave the book open this time. So, Baal is the Canaanite lord. He's something more than a sky god, but he is not the creator. And if you remember Deuteronomy 32, when after the Tower of Babel incident, God assigned the Gentiles to these lesser gods because he didn't want anything more to do with them after they built a tower to reach heaven and make a name for themselves. Now, Milcom being associated with the Queen of Heaven, well, you'll find that when Israelites were worshiping the Queen of Heaven, they made cakes to celebrate. And one of the ingredients in the cakes for the Queen of Heaven was the blood of infants, baby's blood. Also, in the worship of Baal, and Milcom, both, they would sacrifice babies and small children by tossing them into the fire. So this idolatrous worship was worse than that. It was offensive to God and offensive to anyone who has an ounce of humanity in his or her heart. Oh, Timothy's here. Yeah, let's see, Belial are all the same. Drop my, not same. I have to pick up my cookie. I dropped it. Hope I didn't get cat hair on it. I just broke McGillicuddy's law. The cookie's supposed to fall frosting side down, or the toast falls jam side down, but it fell frosting side up. Put it down here where it won't fall. So you'll hear preachers talk about the sons of Belial or sons of Belial. That's sort of almost cussing. You know, SOBs. They're idolatrous. And the pagans considered themselves sons of their lord Baal or Baal. Yes, I was very lucky with my cookie. I'd like to be more lucky with money. Oh well, I was able to pick up, while picking up litter, I found coins, bottles, and cans, recycled the bottles and cans, and finally got myself another pack of smokes. But I still have the vaping thing. Oops. The, yeah, battery's dead. Um, it is not that nasty Juul, Juul, that was making people sick, probably because they were buying stuff off the street, oils to put inside it, stuff that was, you know, illegal or at the very worst, black market crap. Super. Hi, Google account. I should know who you are, but I don't remember. Names are horrible. Oh, Henning Binder is here. How about that? I'm terrible with names, but we got a nice chat room going here. Let's see. Okay, so we read the Zephaniah's prophecy that he's going to destroy the whole earth, as in Noah's flood, followed by cutting off the people of Judah for worshiping false gods. And it's worse than worshiping a pagan god. They were sacrificing children. They were worshiping the stars in the sky, which quite often means angels, or more correctly, sons of God, these divine beings that God created to keep him company. Although he didn't need them, he wanted them. Now, the rest of this book from verse 7 on, there's only one chapter. Be silent before the Lord God, for the day of the Lord is near. The Lord has prepared a sacrifice and consecrated his guests. And on the day of the Lord's sacrifice, quote, okay, here's God talking. I will punish the officials and the king's sons and all who array themselves in foreign attire. On that day I will punish everyone who leaps over the threshold and those who fill their master's house with violence and fraud. So verses 7 through 9 need some explanation. In Zephaniah, the study Bible again, in Zephaniah, the day of the Lord refers to the impending Babylonian invasion of Judah and to the destruction of Jerusalem. He pictures the victims of this conquest as the princes, the nobles, that is, and the king's son, the royalty, and the wealthy who wear imported garments. Zephaniah's prophecy was fulfilled When Nebuchadnezzar destroyed Jerusalem in 586 BC, slew the sons of Zedekiah. Zedekiah was Josiah's youngest son, by the way. They blinded Zedekiah and led him captive to Babylon. Those that leap on the threshold, um, let's see, those, everyone who leaps over the threshold probably are the priests of Dagon, who would not step on the place where he had fallen. Now that is another story, and we gotta go to First Samuel chapter 5. Remember the stupid Israelites took the Ark of the Covenant out to war when God had not told them to do so, and the Philistines captured the ark and stuck it in their temple to their god Dagon. Well, let's see. Verse 4 in First Samuel chapter 5. And when they arose early on the morrow morning, behold, Dagon was fallen upon his face to the ground before the ark of the Lord, and the head of Dagon and both the palms of his hands were cut off upon the threshold. Only the stump of Dagon was left to him. Therefore neither the priests of Dagon nor any that come into Dagon's house tread on the threshold of Dagon in Ashdod unto this day. Now we don't know what this day is, but that's probably what leaping over the threshold means. They're kind of going, okay, Dagon, we put you back up, we mended you, we worship you, this is your house, but I think maybe I don't want to touch the ground where the Ark of the Covenant rested, because that God's even more powerful than you, and we're scared of him. Verse 10 in Zephaniah. On that day, declares the Lord, a cry will be heard from the fish gate, a wail from the second quarter, a loud crash from the hills. What in the world is a fish gate? The fish gate was situated on the northern side of the city. It may have derived its name from nearby fish markets that sold catches from the Sea of Galilee. The second quarter. Huh? Let's see. Oh, and a loud crash from the hills. Well, let's see. The second quarter is another part of Jerusalem. This doesn't say about that, but let's go on. Verse 11. Wail, O inhabitants of the mortar, for all the traders are no more. All who weigh out silver are cut off. Well, in the King James, it's the Maktesh. It's a part of Jerusalem. The merchant people, that is, the traders, that's a word from Canaanite. It's a Hebrew word borrowed from the Canaanites. Indicates they transacted their businesses like Canaanites or Phoenicians. Oh, there's more than one chapter here. I take it back. There's two chapters in Zephaniah. It's Jude in the New Testament that has only one, but it's still a very tiny book. Come on, I can't turn the page. I keep getting 2 pages. They won't. Here, they're coming apart, sort of. Come on, come apart. They're so thin. They're here. 3 chapters, but they're tiny chapters. Okay. Inhabitants of the mortar. That's people living inside the walls. Verse 12. At that time I will search Jerusalem with lamps, and I will punish the men who are complacent, those who say in their hearts, the Lord will not do good, nor will he do ill. Their goods shall be plundered, and their houses laid waste. Though they build houses, they shall not inhabit them. Though they plant vineyards, they shall not drink wine from them. In other words, the strangers are going to kick them out and take over their land and their houses. And they'll all be taken to Babylon in slavery. Verse 14. The great day of the Lord is near and hastening fast. The sound of the day of the Lord is bitter. The mighty man cries aloud there. A day of wrath is that day, a day of distress and anguish, a day of ruin and devastation, a day of darkness and gloom, a day of clouds and thick darkness, a day of trumpet blast and battle cry against the fortified cities and against the lofty battlements. Still God talking. I will bring distress on mankind so that they shall walk like the blind, because they have sinned against the Lord. Their blood shall be poured out like dust, and their flesh like dung. Neither their silver nor their gold shall be able to deliver them on the day of the wrath of the Lord. In the fire of his jealousy, all the earth shall be consumed. For a full and sudden end he will make of all the inhabitants of the earth. So this sounds like more than a judgment on the kingdom of Judah. It sounds like the whole world is in trouble. And maybe it was. Oh, hello, Henning from Denmark. Oh, there's a Oswald has der Untergang des Abendlandes. I believe that's traveling in the evening lands, but I'm going to translate it real quick. Uh, Abendland des, Untergang des Abendlandes. Okay. And the sunset of the west. Going down, Untergang. See, my German vocabulary has really left me. Phil probably read Spengler. He read everything. I wish he hadn't claimed to be Gnostic, because when you compare Philip K. Dick's theology, amorphous as it was, it's really dualistic, and there's no dualism in Gnosticism. He also refers to the Gnostic Trinity, and there's no Trinity in Gnosticism. They kind of try to make one up by having the one God somehow create his feminine aspect and then give birth to the first emanation or eon, but that's really stretching things. Hmm. Now, there is a form of Christian Gnosticism, but it's weird. It's really weird. Okay, I'm going to skip chapter 2 and go straight on to chapter 3 because you can actually read, well, okay, chapter 2 is that God's also going to punish the enemies of Judah. I'll just briefly read verse 9 of chapter 2. Therefore, as I live, declares the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, Moab shall become like Sodom, and the Ammonites like Gomorrah, a land possessed by nettles and salt pits, and a waste forever. The remnant of my people shall plunder them, and the survivors of my nation shall possess them. Okay, the Ammonites and the Moabites, they are primarily descendants of Abraham's nephew Lot and the descendants of Jacob's brother Esau. And they gave the invaders safe passage through their lands because they were delighted that Israel and Judah were going to be laid waste. The decline in the West, huh? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm going to have to start reading more of my books that are in German to with a nice Langenscheid's dictionary next to it so I can get my vocabulary back to where it should be. I like Untergang, sunset. It's more poetic than decline. Untergang, going down. Phil claimed to be Gnostic, but yeah, he wasn't. He didn't understand Gnosticism. Okay, I got to chapter 3. This is a judgment on both Jerusalem and the nations being all those Gentile nations. Woe to her who is rebellious and defiled, the oppressing city. She listens to no voice, she accepts no correction. She does not trust in the Lord, she does not draw near to her God. Her officials within her are roaring lions. Her judges are evening wolves that leave nothing till the morning. Her prophets are fickle, treacherous men. Her priests profane what is holy. They do violence to the law. The Lord within her is righteous. He does no injustice. Every morning he shows forth his justice. Each dawn he does not fail, but the unjust knows no shame. Of course, this is referring to Persia taking over Babylon, the handwriting on the wall, and all of that. Let's skip down to verse 9. At that time I will change the speech of the peoples to a pure speech, that all of them may call upon the name of the Lord and serve him with one accord. From beyond the rivers of Cush, that would be Africa south of Egypt, my worshippers, the daughter of my dispersed ones, shall bring my offering. The dispersed ones are the people from Deuteronomy 32 who were scattered after they dared build that Tower of Babel to make themselves gods instead of worshiping God. Verse 11. On that day you shall not be put to shame because of the deeds by which you have rebelled against me. For then I will remove from your midst your proudly exultant ones, and you shall no longer be haughty in my holy mountain. But I will leave in your midst a people humble and lowly. They shall seek refuge in the name of the Lord, those who are left in Israel. They shall do no injustice and speak no lies, nor shall they be found in their mouth a deceitful tongue. For they shall graze and lie down, and none shall make them afraid. And the book ends with the joy of Israel and the restoration. Verse 19, behold, at that time I will deal with all your oppressors, and I will save the lame and gather the outcast, and I will change their shame into praise and renown in all the earth. At that time I will bring you in, at the time when I gather you together. For I will make you renowned and praised among all the peoples of the earth, when I restore your fortunes before your eyes, says the Lord. But it seems to be saying that God is also restoring the pagans, the Gentiles. Um, at the very least, the Samaritans, who were only half Jewish. In Jesus' time, the Jews looked down upon the Samaritans. But what did Jesus say in the parable of the Good Samaritan? Some poor guy was, a Jewish man was robbed and beaten and left in the ditch. The priests walked past him and didn't dare touch him because they would become unclean. But a Samaritan saw his plight and picked him up and took him to an inn and paid the innkeeper for the Jewish man's room and called a doctor for him, a physician. These half Jewish people were more faithful than the Jews in the time of Jesus. In fact, Jesus hung out on the streets with ordinary sinners. He didn't go into the temple and talk to the Pharisees and the Sadducees. They had to come out onto the street and challenge Jesus because they didn't like what he was saying. All right, that would be Matthew chapter 22. Yes, which I posted on Facebook. It's the parable of the wedding feast that Jesus tells to the Sadducees that when the king's servants were invited to the wedding feast, they said, "Oh, we aren't coming." So the king had his, um, oh, I'm sorry, he had his servants go to the people he'd invited, the nobility. They wouldn't come, so the king sent his servants and troops. Let's see, he had his troops destroy them. Oh, one of the assholes, pardon my language, killed the king's servants when they came to ask him to come to the wedding feast. Uh, so the king had his troops wipe out that guy, and then he had his servants go out and just grab people off the street and invite them instead. But one of the guys who off the street didn't have a wedding garment, so the king had his servants toss him into the outer darkness. And verse 14 in Matthew 22, For many are called, but few are chosen. Let's give you the link. Evolving ain't easy. Boy, ain't that the truth. And then, of course, the thing about the Pharisees asked him if he should pay taxes to Caesar, and Jesus said, well, whose picture is on that coin? That's meaningful because you couldn't pay the temple tax with Roman coins. You had to get Jewish money. There was a time when people in Salt Lake City had to get Mormon money. No other coin was accepted there. And of course, that leads to Jesus throwing the money changers out of the temple. And then the Sadducees ask him about the resurrection. If a guy had three wives and, I see. If a guy had a wife and died, his next brother in line, the younger brother, had to marry her. Well, if this woman goes through seven brothers and they all die, which one will she be with in heaven? And Jesus says, for in the resurrection they neither marry nor are given in marriage, but are like angels in heaven. And as for the resurrection of the dead, have you not read what was said to you by God? I am the God of Abraham and the God of Isaac and the God of Jacob. He is not God of the dead, but of the living. And when the crowd heard it, they were astonished at his teaching. Now, some people use this to say that angels cannot get married and cannot have sex, but it's only the angels in heaven. If they come down to the earth, like in First Enoch and Genesis chapter 6, all bets are off. Well, actually, originally, an eye for an eye was kinder than previous law, which said that if a guy stole your horse, you killed him. And in the American Old West, stealing a horse did carry the death penalty in many cases. But that's because if you didn't have your horse, if you were deprived of your horse, you could die. So it was almost like murder. Okay, let's keep going. Let's back up, on paying taxes to Caesar. But verse 18, verse 17. Tell us then what you think. Is it lawful to pay taxes to Caesar or not? But Jesus, aware of their malice, said, why put me to the test, you hypocrites? Show me the coin for the tax. And they brought him a denarius. That's kind of a penny. And Jesus said to them, whose likeness and inscription is this? And they said, Caesar's. Then he said to them, therefore render to Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and to God the things that are God's. When they heard it, they marveled, and they left him and went away. But the Sadducees didn't give up, and they asked who you're going to marry in heaven. But and after Jesus silenced them, the Pharisees came back, and one of them was a lawyer, and actually, until quite recently, a lawyer was a politician. So when Shakespeare in A Merchant of Venice tells us that to create a utopia, first you kill all the lawyers, he meant politicians. An attorney was an advocate or a barrister until quite recently. So the Pharisees say, Teacher, which is the great commandment in the law? In other words, of the 10, which one's the ruler, the best, the most important? And he, Jesus, said to him, You shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, and with all your soul, and with all your mind. This is the great and first commandment, and a second is like it. You shall love your neighbor as yourself. On these two commandments depend all the law and the prophets. Well, that's enough of Matthew. Now, I don't want to run out of cigarettes, but I need them right now. I've been working on the exegesis. Ah, my brain hurts. It's a book about the exegesis. Let's see. I'm trying to open the document without losing the internet. Let's see if it'll work. Come on, open, open, open. This ain't Mervin's, guys. Now, as far as saying the word of the Lord, let's see, find. I gotta find the right section. Okay, I told you earlier that 7 of the prophets said the word of the Lord came to them. Okay. Well, in the Gospel of John, it's obvious. Wow. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. And it goes on to say that the Word created everything, and the Word is Jesus. Well, let's look at 1 Samuel. I'm not going to give you the link. You can find it for yourself. Once again, Hebrew does not use the word logos. They have another word for word. But here we go, chapter 3 of 1 Samuel. And the child Samuel ministered unto the Lord before Eli. Now, Eli was like the guy, the prophet, before Samuel became the guy. And the word of the Lord was precious in those days. There was no open vision. Well, now Samuel almost certainly had read the scriptures. He studied under Eli. So this means something else. And when it says there was no open vision, means he didn't see the word of the Lord. But then the word of the Lord calls his name. Samuel and Eli have gone to bed. They're lying down, and Eli is asleep, but Samuel wakes up. 3 times he hears God say, Samuel, Samuel. And Samuel thinks it's Eli calling him. And the 3rd time, Eli says, Go lie down, and if it calls you again, say, Speak, Lord, for thy servant heareth. So Samuel obeys. And in verse 11, And the Lord said to Samuel, Behold, I will do a thing in Israel, at which both the ears of everyone that heareth it shall everyone that heareth it shall tingle. Enunciation and emphasis are important. It isn't it shall tingle, it's everyone that heareth it, the ears shall tingle. Well, anyway, the word came to him, and the Lord came and stood and called him and spoke to him. Well, let's see. Let's look. We looked at Zephaniah. Let's look at Haggai. In the 2nd year of Darius the king, In the 6th month, in the first day of the month, came the word of the Lord by Haggai the prophet unto Zerubbabel the son of Shealtiel, governor of Judah, and to Joshua the son of Josedech the high priest, saying, so this is after Persia took over, because Darius was a Persian king. And the word of the Lord says to them, thus speaketh the Lord of hosts. So kind of gotta say the word of the Lord and the Lord of hosts are two different people. I go on to say why the Gnostics didn't have a problem with that. Jeremiah says, the words of Jeremiah the son of Hilkiah, of the priests that were in Anathoth in the land of Benjamin, to whom the word of the Lord came. And Ezekiel, the word of the Lord came expressly unto Ezekiel the priest. Blah, 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 and the hand of the Lord was there upon him. Hosea, the word of the Lord that came unto Hosea. Blah, 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 in the days of Jeroboam. Joel, the word of the Lord that came to Joel, the son of Pethuel. And Jonah, the guy who got swallowed by a huge fish. Now the word of the Lord came unto Jonah, the son of Amittai, saying, so the word's talking to him. I gotta type something here. I added another sentence to my work in progress. I'm going to have to charge about $20 for this book when it comes out, even though it'll be a paperback, because it's a ton of work. And of course, Zephaniah, we went through that, but the first verse in the whole thing, the word of the Lord which came unto Zephaniah, and blah, 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 from here, this is me writing here. For Philip K. Dick, the Logos was not only the word of God, but also his inspiration for writing. He had always sensed intuitively that our world is made of information, and that our sensory perceptions filter that information to make it decipherable to our limited minds. The Logos, on the other hand, possesses and at the same time is all information. And then I go on to discuss a paper written by Umberto Rossi about Phil's 1959 novel, Time Out of Joint. The seemingly solid objects in Regal Gum's world turn out to be nothing more than words written on slips of paper. And Rossi points out that Gum begins to learn the truth of his situation from the words that he hears emanating from a child's crystal radio set. So if you can read anything of Umberto Rossi, I recommend it. Hey, come on, you evil thing. Type in the thing. Here's how you spell his name. Yes, I have PayPal. PayPal. And I can always use money. Let's see, it is Kitty's Cats 777 at gmail.com. You can also email me there if you want to ask questions or make suggestions. I tried Patreon, but I got exactly 0 patrons, and I'm really not sure that I can offer things of worth. I would have to have, for example, a paid Zoom account in order to give, or a paid, yeah, give private conferences to members only. I can use my free Zoom account to stream on YouTube, but I can have like it's either one or two guests in Zoom with me who could join me and talk and save my poor little voice. Yeah, I have a PayPal Me link, but they add a fee when you send money to PayPal Me. That would work if you don't have PayPal. But who doesn't have PayPal? It's awesome. Yeah, I have Facebook and Twitter. I don't think I have Instagram. I don't see much point in Instagram. But I'm not terribly active on Twitter. I mostly, oh, I forgot to share the link to this show on Twitter and Facebook, but oh well. Anyway, I usually share the link to this show on Facebook and PayPal. I mean Facebook and Twitter. My brain hurts. Anyway, PayPal is a good place to park your money if you don't trust the bank. um, you can transfer money between your bank account and PayPal, and it's much more difficult, in my experience, for people to hack your PayPal account than it is for them to get into your bank account. Yeah, I have Facebook and Twitter. I think Twitter. I think Twitter is Tuffy777. My best cat was Tuffy. Back in the dark ages, our cat had kittens, and they all got homes except for this one little gray kitty who had a birth defect and didn't walk very well. Little gray kitty. So we named her Tuffy and kept her, and she was just the best kitty. She hopped kind of like a kangaroo because her front legs were too short, but she was a mighty hunter of flies and spiders and mice, and she was just the sweetest little thing. Too bad you can't put a photo in the chat room. She was awesome. Lived to be almost 20. And her Uncle Cubby made it to 20 that we know of. We aren't sure how old he was when we got him. Aw, poor Tubby. Um, Timothy? Uh, they PayPal probably does charge currency exchange, but it isn't very much. Phil loved cats. I love cats. Um, there's a way to send money on Facebook, but I've never tried it. You can always use my mailing address. You really want to help me buy more cigarettes? Actually, I kind of need to pay my gas bill. And if you write to me, I will write back. Transfer wise, I have received payments on PayPal for things that I sold overseas. It's not, they don't take too much, but you kind of need a PayPal account. If I give you my PayPal Me link, there will be a fee that they charge you for sending money, but you don't have to have PayPal to use it. Now, I have to get an IBAN, International Bank something number, because I'm selling the rights to some of my photos for a French book, a quarto edition of something of Phil's, Philip K. Dick. Let me see. Let me see if I can find a PayPal Me link. Yeah, here it is. Uh, Goes to the same PayPal account. Their fees really are not very much, and they really ought to make some profit on giving me a free account with a debit card so I can just spend money through the card when I have a bill to pay or groceries to buy. But I don't have the IBAN number yet. I have to go to my bank and find out what that is. Cubby was at least 20. He was an amazing cat. He was a party animal long before Spuds MacKenzie. Spuds MacKenzie was a dog anyway. Cubby loved to hang out and listen to acid rock really loud or heavy metal music. And he was friendly with everybody. Just the nicest kitty. We used to say he had baggy pants because his skin was so loose. Now, see, Cubby's mom was named Bear, and Bear was the product of serious inbreeding among cats. So Bear wasn't all there mentally. But Cubby was awesome. His father was not related to Bear, so he was a good kitty. Somewhere around here, I have a £5 note from the Bank of Scotland. I wonder if I should save it as a collector's item since they might become rare. Some hillbilly cats. Yeah, well, they grew up in Napa, the wine country of Northern California. There are a lot of hills there. Anyway, well, someone insisted on sending me that £5. I almost had a trip to England. This movie producer wanted me to promote a film he was making, but the whole thing fell through when he couldn't get the funding that he needed. And apparently, he had some problems about paying his taxes. He was an Englishman, so I don't know how that works in England. Something to do with tax fraud. Anyway, it fell through, but I still have that £5 note. It's rather worn out, needs to be washed and pressed. You know, money isn't really paper, it's cloth. You can wash it and take a clothes iron and make it all nice and crisp again. It won't be exactly like new, but it isn't too bad. Let's see, how long have we been going? An hour and 20. Oh, Tora has given up on pestering me and she's taking a nap. But I did show her face at the beginning of this. I'm positive that Tora has some wild DNA in her. She can't be completely domestic breed of cat. Your £5 notes are plastic? Wow. No, mine is beat up, worn out, dirty cloth, or as you say, paper. I'm definitely keeping it then. I also have some old Mexican money that you can't spend anymore because Mexico replaced all of their currency. And I have some. See, I went to college along with the boat people from Vietnam, and one of them gave me a beautiful piece of paper money from Vietnam. It wasn't worth anything anymore because we had pulled out of Vietnam and the North took over and replaced everything. I have to find all my stuff and clean it up and sort it out. £5 notes are plastic. Wow. Well, it's definitely a collector's item then. Oh, wow. So, anyway, nobody reads Zephaniah, but today we did, sort of. Didn't read the whole thing. Um, didn't even read much of John's Gospel. How to relate what to Zephaniah, Oswald? Oh, the Vietnam note? I don't know. But I might as well move on to current events. Do not panic over the coronavirus. They say that it's 2% fatal, but most of the deaths are in China where they don't take really good care of the health of their general population. £5 notes have gelatin in them? Oh, crikey. Uh, Coronavirus there are many coronaviruses. This is a new coronavirus that we've never seen before. Now, it should be called the Wuhan coronavirus, but they don't want to be politically incorrect, so it's Co for corona, V for virus, and D for disease, COVID. And I think they said 19. There's some number after it. Oh, yeah, for 2019 when it was first discovered. Yeah, there's been a death in Washington state. It was an elderly man. Trump said it was an elderly woman, but it was really an elderly man. Well, Trump is also the guy who couldn't remember the town of Paradise that burned down, so he kept calling it Eden. I don't, he's in his 70s. Give him a break. He forgot. Okay. Oh, gelatin would bother a vegetarian. Gelatin is made from boiled bones. boiled animal bones. Well, I hope vegetarians are cool. I was forced to be a vegetarian for a short time because Phil gave up meat, but I'm not much of a cook anyway, and without meat, I'm even worse. But don't be a vegan because you need some eggs at the very least to get all the nutrients you need. I'm mostly vegetarian. I eat some fish and occasionally chicken, but I drink cow's milk and I eat chicken eggs. Not every day, but once in a while because I need the protein and I can only eat so many baked beans. And I'm getting better at cooking. You ought to see my spice rack. It's a three-tiered cupboard. It's about 3 feet high with three different shelves, each one filled with a different variety of spices. And I eat honey from bees. It's I get the local honey from local beekeepers because it helps with allergies to the pollen in the local plants. But again, I don't eat it every day. And I just can't. The vegans lost me when they said honey was bee slavery. Uh, I think beekeeping saves the bees from extinction. Cows are not an endangered species. Pigs certainly aren't. Yes, humans are the slaves of bees. We couldn't live without bees. They pollinate most of our important crops, especially the tree nuts. And tree nuts are a good source of protein, by the way, if you aren't allergic to them. Um, wow. Anyway, yeah, I try to stick with veggies, and I love the green ones, the cabbage, the Brussels sprouts, the spinach, all kinds of lettuce, but not those funny little spring greens with the frilly, itchy, scratchy leaves. Ugh. Oh, and asparagus. If you don't like asparagus, you're making it wrong. First, do not buy asparagus in a can. It has been cooked into total destruction. You get your fresh or your frozen um, asparagus, and if you buy it fresh, it's actually better to freeze it. I buy it frozen because it's more tender. And I take the frozen asparagus directly out of the freezer and steam it, not boil, but steam it for 3 to 5 minutes. So it's still crispy, but it's warm. Little salt, maybe some mayonnaise or melted butter, and it's like heaven. Yes, bee populations have been decreasing all over the world because Monsanto, also known as Monsatan, keeps coming up with these pesticides that kill them. I love asparagus, but if you cook it too long, it's nasty. It turns into a slimy goo that tastes bitter. Oh, that's interesting, Oswald. Your great granduncle was the first farmer to grow asparagus in the Midwest. I planted some asparagus 3 years ago. I have yet to have a crop that you can actually eat. But I keep hoping maybe next year it won't be like as thin as a pencil line. Not the pencil, but the line that you draw with the pencil. It looks more like an angel hair fern than asparagus. But I took pictures and snipped some samples and took them to the garden shop, and they said, that's how it's supposed to be. Just give it more time, and eventually you'll have a good crop. Raw chopped asparagus in salad. Yeah, that's probably good. It's better, as I said, though, if you have frozen it to make it more tender. It's still crispy, but it's easier to chew. If you freeze your asparagus and then let it thaw out, it's really nice in a salad, but I wouldn't use it fresh. It's too tough, too hard to chew. Grilled with butter, salt, and pepper. As long as you don't grill it too long. Don't cook it very long. The longest I've ever steamed rather than boiled asparagus is about 8 minutes, and it was kind of on the edge of bitterness. Now, if you want, you can just boil some water and drop in your frozen asparagus, but don't boil it more than 3 minutes. It'll turn, as I said, into that slimy, bitter mess. Yuck, like the stuff in the can. Fried asparagus. Yeah. Now, if you're not a vegetarian, you can fry your asparagus in bacon grease or the grease left over from bacon or sausage. Or what you can do if you are a vegetarian is get those fake bacon bits, and after your asparagus is cooked and buttered, either cooked in butter or that drowned in melted butter, you just toss those fake bacon bits, scatter them on it. It's lovely. They're made from like soybeans and stuff. They taste okay. We're up to an hour and a half, and I'm really tired. And it's a cold, yucky day. Oh, the fog has lifted a bit. I can see all the way to my gate. It was foggy, or what we call froggy, fog and rain. And we even got some hail and a bit of wind. And it's cold. I think it's warmed up to about 40 degrees Fahrenheit. Let's see. Um, 40 F2. See, blast those stupid Frenchmen with their Celsius or centigrade. About 4.5 on your Celsius scale. Just in time, Mr. Sugar Patch. I'm about to leave. It's cold and rainy and foggy and it's a little windy. We even had hail, little pea-sized uh, hailstones. Well, I'll stick around a while, but I have to take a quick break, so don't go away. Okay, now the centigrade scale or Celsius, all these metric measurements, which took over in France after the revolution of the late 1700s, they were supposedly based on the circumference of the earth. The problem is they didn't have the right measurement of the circumference of the earth. So really what they need to do is recalibrate all of these metric measurements to conform to the true measurement of the earth's circumference. Now, I like the English and American measurements. They are not exactly the same. Well, as far as where's my pocket? Okay. For example, if you get socket wrenches, the English sockets are not the same size as what we call standard. And of course, neither is the same as metric. But inches and feet and miles make sense to me. That's what I grew up with. And we've calibrated things like acres and the length of a city block to conform to inches, feet, and miles and all that good stuff. Mm. I'll hide my mouth so I can keep talking. I have to have the Girl Scout cookies. Circle K. Oh, you live in California because you hate the cold. Well, I was born and raised here. But I'm living on a mountain because I hate the heat. When it's cold, I can bundle up. Jacket, second jacket, and t-shirt, and a woolen cap. It's really not wool, it's man-made fibers. Yeah, I got Girl Scout cookies. The Girl Scouts ambushed me when I came out of the grocery store. You want to buy some Girl Scout cookies? Oh, yeah. So I got the peanut butter sandwiches and I got the lemon. Lemon. It's a sugar cookie with lemon frosting on one side. Yummy. Oh, God, it's good. Anyway, people think they feel sorry for me. They pity me when it's snowing and 20 degrees on the mountain. But I just laugh when it's over 100 down there, down the hill in the flatland, and it's 80 degrees on the mountain. I couldn't say cookie around my dog when I had my dog. His cookie meant dog treat. I also couldn't say goodbye or bye-bye unless the dog was going. So to let her know, to let Molly know that was my son's dog, or to let my dog Bandit know that I was leaving and he was staying, I'd say, you be a good dog. Now I try to tell Tora, you be a good kitty. Doesn't work. Cats are not good. They're bad because they were made that way. And it's probably why we love them. Anyway, the coronavirus, there are many coronaviruses, so let's look up other coronaviruses. I believe the common cold fits into that. Human coronavirus types. You think I can trust the CDC, the Centers for Disease Control? There's alpha coronavirus and beta coronavirus, and two types of each. Oh, one causes the Middle East Respiratory Syndrome, MERS. One causes SARS, the Severe Acute Respiratory Syndrome. Now, the new coronavirus, they're saying it's a form of SARS. Okay, let's see. Which virus causes the common cold? Oh, rhinovirus. Rhine, like rhinoceros, uh, rhinovirus, nose virus. The more than 200 types of virus lead to the common cold, but one is the rhinovirus, thought to be responsible for at least half of all colds. Yes, other viruses that can cause colds include coronavirus, respiratory syncytial virus, influenza, and parainfluenza. This is from March of 2019, so that's like before the new coronavirus was invented or discovered. There, that's what Google told me. It's actually from, yeah, it's from Wikipedia? No, it's from WebMD. Okay, that's better. Wikipedia used to be pretty good. It's turned into very poor source. You could handle the equator, Circle K. Well, you could move to Ecuador. I hear it's nice there. It's on the equator. That's why it's called Ecuador. Poor Timothy, Palm Springs. It isn't just the heat. It's so dang dry. You get dehydrated. Grew up in Chicago. Well, shoot. Then you're in heaven when you're in California. Camped in Idlewild. Now, Idlewild is nice. Chicago is the windy city for a reason. Dean Koontz, Oswald says, Dean Koontz predicted the coronavirus in his novel The Eyes of Darkness. Yes, and that, if you have a copy of that novel, it's worth bucks. I think of the Andromeda strain. Yeah, people are silly. The Corona beer has nothing to do with the virus. Corona is Spanish or Latin for crown. Keep your nose clean. Well, they say don't touch your face. If you wear a mask, that'll help prevent you from infecting other people, but it won't protect you. Unless you get one of those horridly expensive masks with the little knobby things on the sides. But you get most infections from things that you touch. And then you touch your face, you rub your eyes, you fiddle with your hair and touch your ears, your mouth, your nose. If you must cough, they say cough into a tissue. Well, I go one better. I use napkins when I cough or sneeze. Tissues fall apart and they don't work only once. Ugh. Hi, Tora. You want to say hi to the peoples? Come here. I've got a kitty cat. I can tell she loves me. She hops up, wraps herself around my neck, and chews on my hair. Don't you, rotten kitty? She's all healed up from getting spayed so she won't make babies. Huh. Look at there's a kitty here. Want to see that? Yeah. All right, you can hop down. What she really wants, of course, is the pretty pink dot. There, here you go. Go get it. Where are you? There she is. The laser pointer. Something behind me looks like a spaceman. Well, it's probably a bunch of grocery bags hanging on hooks. Tora, little tiger. Tora. It's Japanese for little tiger. Hey, not my hand, the red dot, okay? Get it. Get it, get it. It's got your paw. It's got you. Get it. She's a cutie. A wall clock. Oh, over there? Yeah, that's a wall clock. The battery ran out of juice. It works on a little double A battery, but it's pretty. And I like real clocks. My granddaughter and my son both, Matt, Sir Matt Busby Stephen. Huh. Well, most Busbys are related. There are not a lot of us. There aren't a lot of Dicks either, like Philip K. Dick. There's a town in Scotland named Busby. One of the theories of the origin of the name is Bushby, or by the bush, because the winemakers would plant bushes by their front doors. Got an itch in my throat. It's scratchy. Neko means cat. Oh, Steve is here. I'm a Busby too. We are related, by the way. Um, I'm almost played out. Oh, my X and exegesis is still open. What else did I talk about? Oh, yeah. Gnostics. Control F G N O S. Gnostic. Find where I'm talking about it. Okay. There, here we go. Bush and village, Danish words, could be. Another theory is, of course, that the hats that the English soldiers wear. I'm not sure whether it's the palace guard or the other. No, it's not the beefeater hat, so it has to be the Buckingham Palace guards. Those are busbies. They're made of bear skin with bear hair. So some people think that the original Busby was actually a hat maker. Oh dear, Steve has studied, I don't know, karate or kung fu or something, and the cat stance is neko ashi dachi. Well, I can count to 10 in Japanese, but that's pretty much my limit. Canadian black bear skins, huh? Well, what did they do before Canada? Didn't they have their own bears? Hey, Tora, knock it off. That hurts. Oh well, I'm going to pollute again. What the heck? I earned this pack of cigarettes picking up trash all over town, including coins, cans, and bottles, which got me enough scratch together to go ahead and buy cigarettes after having paid my horrendous gas bill for heating the house. How long have we been out west? Well, let's see. Dad was born in Los Angeles. I don't know where his parents were born. Steve might know. Um, Mom's parents came from Idaho after they escaped, after their parents escaped. Let's see, his grandfather's parents escaped from Utah. I'm not sure. I guess Granny's family came from Maryland. Dad's dad was born in Denver. Ah, well, that's out west. I don't know. I guess Dee Dee, our grandmother, Dad's mother, was born probably in Oakland. She grew up in Oakland. Grandpa's dad was born in Indianapolis. Wow. And did you know that Grandpa's dad built houses here in these mountains in the Valley of Enchantment? He worked for the Tetley family. Yes, like the Tetley tea, they're poor cousins who are only millionaires. And the current generation isn't even millionaires because the family fortune has been divided so many times among so many grifters. But some of the Tetleys are really good people. And Grandpa's dad built his own house out by Hart Rocks somewhere, and someday I'll find it. Yeah, see, our family history is amazing. Uh, Mom's father's grandparents came from London with Joseph Smith. They became Mormons, and their English family disowned them, of course. Mom's mother's family were Southern slave owners who risked prison by teaching their slaves to read and write, and then, horror of horrors, setting their slaves free once they knew how to read and write. Oh, yeah, from Wales as well as Plymouth. Oh, yeah, the old Dutch who owned most of Long Island are like cousins of our paternal grandmother. The Van Pelts and the Van Brunts. They probably still own half of Long Island. We're like probably mostly the what do you call brains fried? The English who actually came from Denmark through Western France and then conquered England. There's a word for those people. Anyway, you know when uh, who the Normans? Yeah, the Norman French. So we're English in the sense of Norman French English with some Welsh tossed in. But we also have Scottish and Dutch and a smattering of other things. And I look just like a reservation Cherokee, even down to the freckles on my face. But I have the hair that's so fine and soft it can't be charity, it's something else. Probably Norman French, don't you think? Gildersleeves, yeah. Was it William the Conqueror? They really called him William the Bastard because his father didn't marry his mother. So that is not cussing, that's just what he was. Anyway, our Forrester ancestors worked for him. Oh, wow. So, anyway, yeah, we come from a long line of survivors of a very rough life, which is why we tend to live longer than most. Granny made it to 93. Our grandfather, who smoked, died young. He was only 88. Our other grandmother, Dee Dee, who quit smoking, died at about age 80, 81. Let's see, it was 1980, so she'd have been 80. Our father's second wife thought that Dee Dee didn't make it that old, but that's because Dee Dee lied about her age. It was what women did in the 30s and 40s, and she kept on doing it. Claimed she was born in '05, but she remembered that looking at the San Francisco fire from across the bridge in Oakland. I believe that happened in '07, and she was standing. Nobody picked her up. She was 7 years old. Foster's from Annaker the Forester, from Broad Affair, a count who married Charlemagne's granddaughter. So we're freaking royalty. Wow. Charlemagne, of course, Charles the Great, was the son of the chamberlain who usurped the throne from the real true king. But I think the real true king was also a usurper. There's a bunch of really woo woo, way far out stuff about the French royalty being descended from Jesus and Mary Magdalene. Don't believe it. Even that one text from Nag Hammadi, they try to tell you that Jesus kissed her on the mouth. Well, it says Jesus kissed her on the, and then it's blank because the parchment was torn and we don't have the next word. But even if he did kiss her on the mouth, it didn't mean what it means today. People were different then. Do you know how two Arab men greet each other when they meet? You'd think they were Eskimos. They rubbed noses. You still have the teapot that Uncle Frank grabbed from the mantel during the Great Quake. Cool. Awesome. I want to see it. I think I have seen it, but it's been decades. Well, we're part Cherokee and we're even part Black African, although our ancestors tried to hide that from us. But Dad's grandpa, we never got to meet him. He was alive, but they didn't want us to know that he couldn't pass for white. And he was buried in the black side of the cemetery when that was how they did things. Oh, gee, well, it's a Nag Hammadi manuscript. I think it's one of those things they call a gospel. You know, it's a Gnostic text written in Coptic, which is an alphabetic form of the Egyptian language. It's not hieroglyphs. They used the Greek alphabet plus a couple extra letters for sounds that they didn't have in Greek. But now it also says that the other disciples were asking Jesus, why do you like her better than us? Well, if she was his wife, they wouldn't ask that question. Of course, he had to like his wife better than the others. Doesn't make sense. Hi, Strontium. We're just nattering and puttering about because I've been on for 2 hours. You missed 2 appearances of Torah Kitty, and I will have to let her go outside even though I don't want to. She's wild, and I'm sure she has some wild DNA. She isn't totally domestic. Well, Steve, you know what? Those DNA tests are turning out to be not so accurate after all. They can tell you if you're related to somebody, but as far as the national ancestry, they're not that good. They've had twins, identical twins, submit their DNA separately without letting on, and they've come back with totally different ancestries for the identical twins. Yes, I saw Tora, 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 but actually the movie I liked better was Midway. And I don't want to know about the historical inaccuracies. It was a good movie. My water's empty. Be right back. What are you doing, huh? Are you stalking me again? Are you gonna attack? I better get out the laser pointer. Kitty cat. It's got your paw. It's got you. Oh, it's got your mousy. All cat toys are mousies, right? Hmm. Well, okay, if you're just going to sit there looking at it, I'm going to put it away because I have carpal tunnel on both hands from wiggling the laser pointer for that cat. How did I help Phil with a scanner darkly? Well, to begin with, I proofread every page. I proofread the galleys. And when they came back again, I was so sick of it, I refused to look at them again. But in between, I wrote or composed, I should say. I wasn't allowed to touch the magic typewriter, but I composed the scene in which the guy lifts the hood of his car and instead of an engine, he sees piles of dog poop. Anyway, we probably are mostly Celtic. Celt is the word fungible. It's a silly putty term. What is fungible? Define fungible. Oh, yeah, able to replace or be replaced by another identical item, mutually interchangeable, used in economics like fungible goods, like butter and margarine, although I don't consider margarine a decent substitute. So we probably are mostly Celtic, but see, The Germani were Celts. The Franks were Celts. The what do they call them? The Belgi or Belgi were Celts. And they're all different population groups with different DNA. And of course, the Welsh and the Cornish and the Scots and the Irish are Celts or Gauls, same thing. So, Celt is a very fungible term, very plastic. It's like silly butter. Star Trek used peanut butter for what? Circle K. Yeah, the Iberians were Celts, but they aren't all the same tribe. I don't want to, I didn't say race because I don't want to go there, but they were distinct people. Now, good old Julius Caesar wrote, Omnia Gallia in tres parte divisere est. All of Gaul is divided into three parts in his War of the Gauls. Gauls are Celts, same thing. They lumped all these different tribes together as if they were the same people, but they were not. They had their own governments, their own territories, etc. I like that Circle K. It rained yogurt and the town blamed the hippies. Was it rainbow yogurt? Did you hear about that girl who was suspended from school because she posted on some social media her birthday party where she had a rainbow? Maybe she just liked rainbows. Maybe it didn't mean anything. Jeez. People are stealing our vocabulary and our symbols and making them into something nasty. Same way the Nazis stole the swastika from the Hindus. It used to be a symbol of uh, good luck, positivity, and so forth, of goodness. Yeah, and the rainbow after the flood in the Bible. Well, apparently it was a Christian school and they thought she was promoting LGBTQ. I wouldn't send a child to a school that's that stupid. I mean, many Sunday schools have depictions of Noah's Ark and the animals and a big old rainbow. What is wrong with people? Gotta have my Girl Scout cookie. It's peanut butter. Star Trek's machines were turned to peanut butter in some story? Hmm, never seen it. Oh, Babylon 5. Hmm. I gave up on all the Star Trek spin offs and clones long time ago. The Rainbow Coalition is LGBTQ. I don't care. I want my rainbows. Well, the other cookies, the lemon cookies, are shortbread. Those Girl Scouts ambushed me. And that I was going to buy a pack of cigarettes, and I got a box of cookies instead. Anyway, I've been on for well over 2 hours now. And somehow we got off into genealogy. I know that I was told that our granny, Cornelison was her maiden name, that she had some French ancestry because her ancestors were Huguenots who fled England and went to Holland and then to France and then to the New World, the United States. Oh yeah, P Celts and Q Celts had they they spelled words differently. Uh, and I forget what the exact difference was, but they had almost the same language. The crusade got canceled. Oh yeah, and as far as the crusades go, they began when the uh, why am I blanking on that word? The guy in Constantinople, the head of the church there, Hagia Sophia. Ooh, Walloons. Nice. We have Walloon ancestors. One of the things Phil heard in his visions was F. Walloon, Portuguese States of America. And there's a stamp commemorating an ancient seagoing ship that brought Walloons to the New World. Well, anyway, where was I? You distracted me. Oh, the crusade, the first crusade, the not Pope, but they had another name in the Eastern Church. He begged for help from the Pope in Rome because the Turkish hordes were attacking him and his city, his Christian city. Now, the Turks, the Ottoman Turks, were not originally Muslims, but they found it useful for inspiring their soldiers and for inspiring foreigners to join their army. And they wanted to take not the emperor, the head of the church. All right, let's see. Arthur, come on, head of church. Patriarch, the patriarch. There. Well, eventually the Pope called on Europeans to send their armies to protect Constantinople. And that's, not exactly the way the story is told nowadays. However, some of the Crusades were just plain stupid or for the wrong reasons, etc. Interestingly, the Turks did take over Constantinople and rename it. I know the name, but Istanbul. It was an important military location because it straddled two continents, Asia Minor and Europe. Yes, Istanbul. Come on, you evil thing. My computer's being mean. Hi, Michael. Where you been? Oh, and Delta Dart is here. International authors. Hmm. Well, anyway, the Knights Templar, when they were sent to the Holy Land, they stopped in Genoa and then went to Constantinople and hung out in Hagia Sophia. They were supposed to go to Jerusalem, but along the way they pillaged a few other towns. It's claimed that they dug under the Temple Mount and found religious treasures, artifacts. I don't think so. I think they had something else on the Pope. You see, Genoa was a town of bankers. The Pope probably owed them a ton of money. And when good old Philip the Fair, the King of France, killed off the big high muckety mucks of the Knights Templar, and you know the Pope abolished the order. Um, I think it was Venice. It was either Genoa or Venice set up this council of advisors who just happened to be former Knights Templar. And in Spain, uh, the Spanish gave refuge to the Knights Templar who were fleeing France and just changed them from Knights Templar to Knights of Christ, a new holy order. And of course, many found refuge in Scotland. Is Venice sinking beneath the waves? It's been doing that for centuries, by the way. Um, they ought to take a lesson from the Dutch. You build dikes to keep the ocean out. The Dutch extended their land into what used to be the ocean, and I suppose you could expect it to sink. Apparently, some of the parts of Holland or Netherlands, more properly, are sinking, but they were salvaged from the ocean in the first place. Yeah, well, I get things all confused, so I have to speak in generalities because I'm kind of hazy unless I'm expecting to talk about it and I research it ahead of time to refresh my memory. But they claim that the original six Templar Knights could not have guarded the roads to the Holy Land. Well, excuse me. Jerusalem had four gates. You could place one knight at each gate The other two could sleep, and they'd work in shifts. They didn't have to go out on the roads. They were guaranteeing safe passage through the gates of the city. And somehow, when they went back to Europe after their stay in Jerusalem on the Temple Mount, they persuaded nobles to not only join them, but donate all their worldly wealth. Well, you see, in those days, the eldest son inherited everything. The younger sons had to either join the military or join the church, or they had nothing, or they were at the mercy of the eldest son who could grant them an allowance. And that's what you have joining the Templar Knights. Now, the Templar Knights saved the other Crusaders bacon more than once until some dirtbag deliberately sent them on a suicidal mission, and because of their vow of obedience, the Templars obeyed. They would not surrender. They fought to the death, and but about 50 of them died. But of course, not all of the Knights Templar were in the Holy Land at the time. You see, the other um, military leaders were jealous of the Knights Templar because they couldn't get their personal glory when the Knights Templar had to save their butts. And the Masons of today are just a social club. I'm tired of people blaming all the ills of the world on Masons. There's probably some shadowy organization, and some of them belong to the Masons, but some of them are Elks, and some are in Rotary, some are Lions. People join clubs. Amazingly, by the way, our local Masonic temple let women just visit, take a look inside their Holy of Holies, their temple, with the compass and square up on the wall and all that. So I got to look at it, but photographs were not allowed, at least not by women or non Masons. It was interesting. The floor is like a chessboard, red and not red, white and black squares. The star, the five-pointed star, is upside down with 2 points up and 1 point down, and people say, oh, that's the goat head of pagan worship. I don't know. It might be a sign of distress, like when you fly the American flag upside down. Do I think they'll quarantine cities for the coronavirus? No, I'm not going to disregard it, Michael. We were on the coronavirus earlier. There are other coronaviruses, but this is a species of coronavirus that we haven't seen before. I don't think they'll quarantine cities, but they might close the California borders. I don't think Oregon would, but I'll bet you Nevada and Arizona decide that not to let any Californians into their states. It's going to be difficult to get on a plane, and I wouldn't want to fly right now anyway. You have the same air recycled and recycled. You're already breathing in everybody's germs, and now those germs could include this unique coronavirus that we've never seen before. But it's really quite similar to either the flu or a common cold, and yes, people can die from it. But what usually happens is not the virus itself, it's an opportunistic infection. Because your immune system is under attack, you catch pneumonia and you die from the pneumonia. Or in some cases, especially if young children are around, you catch the measles and die from that. The original Knights Templar really were good guys. That's why the Catholic Church had to get corrupt. Why do you think England? Well, yeah, Henry VIII wanting a divorce was um, the igniter of the breakaway in England. But England didn't get rid of the Catholic Church, really. They just got rid of the Pope and made their own brand of Catholicism that, of course, they call Anglican, which is basically Catholic without the Pope. And here in the United States, it's Episcopalian, which is basically Anglican without the Queen. Yeah, frankly, I don't care who you sleep with or whether you sleep with anyone. As long as they're consenting adults, just don't shove it in my face. I don't care. Like that guy who made the speech at the Oscars. I don't care. Although at one point I did care because mom kept trying to pick out men or boys for me, depending upon my age at the time. And I got so tired of saying, Mom, he's gay. She, 9 times out of 10, she picked some gay guy to shove together with me. I'm like, hello, even I can tell. What's the problem? You want me to sleep with a gay man, huh? No, thank you. Shadow Tech. Shadow Tech is made of something that Circle K won't tell. Well, Michael, my mother had 4 children and abused all of us. And at least, well, I'd say 3 of us came out all right. I don't know what mom really thought of Phil. She rarely told the truth. But she had to accept him because I had his child. There are a lot worse things than gay parents. We were raised by the devil's sister, and we survived, and she did her best to turn us into atheists. It didn't work. She did worse than that, but I'm not going to go into it here. It's too painful. I can tell you that she used to starve us and beat us because she had hallucinated and was punishing us for doing something that she had hallucinated. She thought she was psychic, she was crazy. Even that is painful. I can tell you that every once in a while, in the middle of the night, if I can't fall asleep or I wake up from a bad dream, I shout, Bitch! Good thing I live alone. The cat doesn't care. Even if I call the cat a bitch, she doesn't care. So, anyway, don't believe everything you're told. Don't even believe everything I tell you. Read as many books as you can, not just websites, not just ebooks, but, whoa, books. I'm trying to read a book. The Exegesis of Philip K. Dick, 1,000 pages culled from something like, oh, I'm not alone in shouting bitch. Anyway, about 1,000 pages culled from over 10,000 pages of notes. One of the worst things she did was even after I was grown up and had my own place, and she was only visiting, she would search through my things and take things and throw them in the trash, or in some cases, both my things and my brother's things, she'd keep them and hide them so we wouldn't know what happened to them, but she wanted them. You wouldn't believe the things I found after she died. I didn't want anything from her house, but people insisted on bringing me stuff. And one of them was a shoebox full of all kinds of prescription medication that was not hers. Uppers and downers and crazy pills. Ugh. It was 2 years before I those boxes and looked through them, and when I came across that shoebox full of pills, that was the first time I cried about her death because I did not miss her. But I was so grief stricken. But it took 2 years and looking at that shoebox full of pills. Oh, strontium is what do you call it? A fellow traveler. He shares our misery. Now, many people have been raised by the devil's sister or the devil's brother in law and survived and thrived. Well, she was hallucinating Circle K long before she had access to those drugs. Oh, yeah, Blade Runner missed the point. For example, why would you need the Voight-Kampff test to discover whether whether the person is an android or a human, when their steel bones are etched with part numbers and their eyeballs have tattoos on them identifying which model they are. Blade Runner, that's the second Blade Runner, by the way. It makes no sense. And the first Blade Runner at least seemed to accept, as Phil used to say, even though he sometimes called them robots, they were not built in a factory, they were grown. They were biological. Oh, I think Mom was at times demon possessed. I could see the change in her face, mostly the eyes, when she wasn't mom anymore. The most horrible thing is, last time I spoke to mom, it was over the phone, and it wasn't in so many words, but basically what I told her was drop dead, and she did. Exactly, strontium. The artificial snake had the manufacturer's name on its scales. The replicants are supposed to, if you've read the book, they're supposed to be biologically identical to humans. Oh, shadow tech. Is that kind of like those nanobots that you can't even see them, but they take over? Exactly, Timothy. Phil's question was not whether Deckard, the android hunter, was a replicant or an android, but really whether Rachel was actually a human who lacked empathy. He had seen people who really went about their lives as if they had no soul. Many of them were drug addicts, and some were insane. Shadow Tech is from Babylon 5. Well, I might read about that then. I'm not into watching those things. I like murder mysteries, especially British murder mysteries. Um, Midsummer Murders and well, I can't think of all the titles, but well, and then there's well, not a murder mystery, but Doc. Oh, can't remember his name. Oh well. There's a murder mystery series with one of the Doctor Who guys, the redhead. I'm terrible with names. Oh, Michael J, as in the letter J. Michael. I think it's STRA is something like that. You evil computer, J. Michael. I'm just gonna put S. His name is spelled funny. Let's see. Yeah, um, it's Strazynski. That's it. He used to be on NPR, National Public Radio. I used to enjoy listening to him. And then, of course, he was one of the writers on Murder, She Wrote. Doc Martin, thank you, Steve and Timothy. I'm amazed you got that just from the name Doc. It did get ridiculous. That woman never should have married him. That was a mismatch from the get go. Evil computer is redundant, yes. Computers are worse than cats. I can't pronounce it, Steve. CZ? I don't know. It might be like an SZ. It might be a soft C. Straczynski. Anyway, he pronounces it Straczynski. I can't believe how old he was. Or is now, I mean. He is something. He's multi-talented. My coffee cup and my water are both empty. It's been 2 hours and 40 minutes, but I have a nice active chat room, so let me get some water and start the tea kettle for some instant coffee. I'm not going anywhere. I still can't get over plastic pound, plastic 5 pound notes with gelatin inside. What were they thinking? Well, I'm drinking Tetley tea because that's all I have at the moment, aside from herbal tea, which is an oxymoron. Although sometimes I take the orange spice herbal tea and add it to the Tetley tea for something approaching constant comment. Hmm. Okay, Strontium says an evil ooze, black or red, whatever, covering people. Oh, I think of the blob. The blob. Let's see. An old horror movie. This meteorite falls to Earth, and this old guy pokes it with a stick, and it climbs up the stick and eats him. What? Who was in that? I was that Steve McQueen? Let me see. The Blob, IMDb. Not the 19. Here we go. 1988. Steve McQueen and a bunch of people I never heard of. And they finally figure out Steve McQueen and his girlfriend are trapped inside the. I think it's like a train car or a trolley car, and the blob is eating the whole car. And they get on the radio and say, CO2, CO2. And they hit the blob with carbon dioxide gas. It's actually the cold, I think, that killed it. Then there's this horrible movie called Volcano, but it did have Rock Hudson. The La Brea tar pits turn into a volcano. They erupt, and Los Angeles is covered in hot boiling lava. That tar, that black tar, is a lot like the blob. Oh, I think you're right, Steve. I think they did take the blob to Antarctica. Maybe that's where the thing came from. Remember the original, though, the thing? The one with Matt Dillon, James Arness playing the monster, a radioactive carrot. It was in near the North Pole. Is the original blob worth seeing now? I don't see why not. I think it's black and white, but who cares? What, Volcano had Tommy Lee Jones? I thought it was Rock Hudson. Well, the 97 one had Tommy Lee Jones. Huh. I thought it was Rock Hudson. Bummer. Well, Tommy Lee Jones is no Rock Hudson. There was some other movie with Rock Hudson. And it wasn't Volcano. I don't know what it was, but the tea kettle's screaming, so I have to go take care of it. Dump you and get someone who's marry a millionaire. Okay. Huh. Okay. Tommy Lee Jones really is a great actor. I watched The Fugitive, the one with Harrison Ford, Indiana Jones, 12 times in the theater. Thank God for cheap matinees. Not to see Harrison Ford. Tommy Lee Jones owned that movie. He just took over. And it wasn't really Harrison Ford's fault. The part they gave him was grin, run, grin, run, grin. Tommy Lee Jones had the better dialogue and the better everything, the better role. Actually, my room is not better lit because of the sun. It's foggy outside. I have the kitchen light on. I have more lamps on because it was so dark I have to run the lights in the middle of the day. Well, 13 was unlucky, so I bought the videotape. This was before DVDs. I liked it and I was studying it, and I found one problem with continuity. It's because they shot what looks like one scene in two separate locations, at least two. Um, the Fugitive, Dr. Kimball jumps off the edge of the um, pipe in the dam and goes over the waterfall. Well, before he jumps, he drops his gun. Well, then you cut to Tommy Lee Jones and the other federal agents. They walk away, they leave. Nobody picks up the gun. Because it isn't there. They shot that scene in a different location. The one armed man is Ambassador J. Carr from B5. Oh, Babylon 5. Okay. The wall clock no longer resembles a space helmet. Yeah, well, okay. Someday I'll get this rearranged so that you're looking just at my bookshelves. Bookshelves! Instead of my crap. But I need better weather because in order to make the space to do that, I have to take things outside. And many things will go in the trash. What was I studying it for? I just liked The Fugitive. I couldn't get through Lonesome Dove, even with Tommy Lee Jones in it. I'm going, it took them an hour to tell the pig to eat a snake. Nothing's happening. And that's just the first scene. No offense to Larry McMurtry, but the mini series they made from his book, it's boring. You pity people who refuse to watch a movie twice? Yeah, really. Well, there are some movies not worth watching twice. Where's my Fritos? I'm out of potato chips, but I do have Fritos, and I need the salt. Anyway, yeah, when I wrote my book, Blade Runner creator Philip K. Dick, I reviewed the novel and both movies. And the first movie is a pretty good movie, not much like his book, but Rutger Hauer stole the show with his final monologue, and he wrote most of that himself. The Tears in the Rain, vaping pen, not the infamous jewel that kills people. Okay. Babylon 5 was a book? Oh boy, my ignorance is showing. The Rutger Hauer is amazing, but I liked him better in Lady Hawk. That was a great. Oh, Lonesome Dove. Yeah, the book is much better than the stupid series. Rutger Hauer died recently. Rutger Hauer. He was amazing, but I really liked him best in Lady Hawk. I, it's really a love story. A great knight and his lady are cursed. So during the day, he's a man and she's a hawk. And at night, she's a lady and he's a wolf. And oh God, the horse he rides is amazing too. I think it must be a Belgian or I'm not sure what breed the horse is, but it was great. I haven't seen the awful Euro trash films, but I probably would like them if they have Rutger Hauer. But Lady Hawk is just amazing. Another movie I like, probably Sean Connery's best, the Italian thing, The Name of the Rose. The monastery is burning down, and Sean Connery is trying to save the books. Oh, there's a lot more to it than that, but it really bashes the Inquisition, and it's a good movie. And there was a book, I think the author was Umberto Eco, handsome as hell. I think Rutger Hauer was always handsome. What's William of Baskerville? I know the Hound of the Baskervilles. Well, anyway, uh, genre movies. I found so many problems with continuity in the sequel, Blade Runner 2049. It was as if they just didn't care. Did they have anyone doing continuity, checking to make sure that things made sense? Now, see, the director, Denis Villeneuve, is an artiste. He made the kind of movie he makes. It wasn't a good fit for Blade Runner. And yeah, the landscapes are awesome. The interiors are meaningful. But that isn't why people want to see Blade Runner. 2 hours of dusky orange landscapes and dark blue interiors just kind of gets to you after a while. And they brought in Harrison Ford too little too late. Oh, Sean Connery is William of Baskerville? Oh, see, I'm not good at names. Yeah, I'm doing well to remember Sean Connery's name. Well, anyway, The Name of the Rose is an awesome film. Uh, Blade Runner 2 or 2049, nothing is happening. And the music that was so awesome in the first Blade Runner. I forgot. I'm blank on the name, but it's the same guy. Really great composer. Did Blade Runner 2. When Kay is looking for the little uh, carved wooden horse in the orphanage, the abandoned orphanage, the music does not fit with what he's doing. Vangelis, I think that's right. Thank you, Strontium. Now, I have a feeling that maybe it wasn't Vangelis's fault, the composer's fault. I think maybe in the final cutting room, somebody messed with the music because Blade Runner, the first one, had an awesome soundtrack with great music. I still think both Star Wars and 2001 had even better music, but that's a matter of personal taste. I do like John Williams. Anyway, Blade Runner 2, okay. Why does Love have to go to the police station and commit a brutal murder in order to get on the police computer so she can find Officer K when they've already established that Officer K has wiped the hard drive of his computer so the police cannot find him? And at the same time, he's carrying this little device that has his virtual girlfriend, which Love can trace from her office downtown. So why does she need to go commit a brutal murder to get into a computer that can't track Kay? And she can track him. She already found him once. And then in a later scene, she crushes the little portable device that carries his virtual girlfriend. So we know she can't track him now. Or can she? There's no telling in a movie where continuity is so poorly done, so poorly managed. Ron Perlman's short monologue in The Name of the Rose is also awesome. Hey, I can't pronounce that, however it's spelled. Mondo Cane Naked Lunch. You tossed Twin Peaks? I don't remember the monologue in The Name of the Rose. I probably should. Okay, let's see. Ron Perlman monologue, The Name of the Rose. Oh, there's no A in Perlman. It's Perl. Oh, his name is William. I don't know if it's William of Baskerville. Christian Slater. That's the name I couldn't come up with. His sidekick. Um, yeah, Umberto Eco wrote the novel. Um, oh well, I can't find it because Google hates me. Brother William of Baskerville. He's an itinerant knight, and his young apprentice, Adso of Milk. Da, da, uh, hmm, hmm, hmm. I just can't find anything on it. I'll have to watch it again. Yeah, Google doesn't hate me. Google doesn't care. I could try Bing but never search on Yahoo. The first 6 results are ads. Do you know that my phone tracks how many miles I walk? It's a Google thing, I guess. In the entire month of January, all 31 days, I walked a total of 1 mile. It took me a month to walk 1 mile. Penites diagete. Oh Lord, strontium. My brain hurts. Do penance is a rallying cry derived from, okay, penitentium agite. Paraphrase of the Greek, penites diagete, live life as a pauper. Well, Jesus could afford to live as a pauper. He fed the multitude with a couple loaves of bread and some fish. Now, I'm not saying it was not a miracle, but I think what happened was when he told his disciples to give away all the food that they had, other people in the crowd who had brought food started sharing too. They learned by example. However, that doesn't mean it isn't a miracle, and it's actually a much greater miracle to teach people charity than it is to turn a couple of fish and a loaf of bread into a whole meal for a crowd. Mom used to say that we could always feed one more, just throw another potato in the pot. Mondo Cane was made in 1963. Yeah, but sometimes praying isn't enough. Sometimes you have to actually help your neighbor. Like when I gave the last of my cigarettes to someone I know because she needed them more than I did. There's no question that Jesus went around performing miracles, but so did many charlatans in the same time and place. There were lots of people going around pretending to perform miracles and claiming that they were the Messiah. It isn't the miracles that sets Jesus apart. It's his understanding and explication of the scriptures and the law and his life without sin. And of course, the resurrection, although many people then as now believed that the resurrection was fake, and they thought that he was just using stage magic to perform miracles. Well, yeah, it's like the story with God, Circle K. There's a big flood, and this guy's sitting on the roof of his house praying to God to save him. So some guys in a boat come by, and the guy says, "No, you don't need to rescue me. God will save me." And the water's getting higher and higher, and eventually a second boat comes along, and they offer to rescue him, and he says, "No, no, no. I prayed to God, he'll save me." And finally, his feet are getting wet, and this helicopter comes along and says, "Come on, grab the rope ladder and we'll save you." And the guy says, "No, no, no, it's all right. God will save me." And then the guy drowns, and he's dead, and he says, "God, why didn't you save me?" And God says, "Well, I sent you two boats and a helicopter." Yes, the Son of Man has the power to forgive sins, and that was one thing that angered the Pharisees and the Sadducees. He forgave sins. Only God can do that. So Jesus, by forgiving sins, was saying, "Hey, I'm God." And there's an old joke that we know Jesus was Jewish because he thought his mother was a virgin and she thought he was a god. It's kind of too true to be funny. But yeah, he over and over proclaimed that he was God in many different ways. And he was, for example, don't criticize, he would say, don't criticize the speck in your neighbor's eye when you've got a whole log in yours. No, 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 no. We can forgive each other, but that doesn't count if you want to go, if you want salvation. That's just, uh, we forgive others so that the hurt that they caused no longer has power over us. We aren't forgiving for the other guy's sake, it's for our own sake to release us from the negativity that comes along with being harmed by others. He told us to forgive people who sin against us. But when you sin against God, only God can forgive you. It's the victim who has to do the forgiving. Well, you can disagree, Timothy, but let's see. Can anyone forgive sins? Can a pastor forgive your sins? Well, only in the name of Jesus Christ. And who can absolve sins? In Roman Catholicism, penance is a sacrifice, and the power to absolve lies with the priest, who can grant release from the guilt of sin. To the sinner who is truly contrite, confesses his sin, and promises to perform satisfaction to God. Who forgives sin in the Bible? Jesus. The Pope and the priests and any other person is flesh and blood like you and me and do not have the authority or power to forgive sins. You have to do it in the name of God or in the name of Jesus. Not at all. I say you don't have to be a priest or a pastor, but they just as they can't do it, you can't either. God forgives, and you can tell someone God forgives you. That's not the same as you having the power. The disciples and the apostles had power to do all sorts of miracles in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, not in their own names. They spoke in tongues because the Spirit literally inspired them, breathed into them. It was not their own power, it was God using them. And even faith healers today on the television, bunch of crap in my opinion. Most of them, if not all, say that the Lord healed you and not I healed you. It's more than a semantic distinction. I can forgive someone who sinned against me. Jesus asked God to forgive them, asked the Father to forgive them for sinning against him. He he gave these powers through the Spirit to his apostles, but it wasn't their own power, it was God's power. And if you believe that confessing to a priest or a pastor gives you a direct line to God, fine. I won't argue with you. Catholics have their theology and Protestants have theirs. I'm sort of a Baptist, but I'm not really sure what that means. I can't find an in-depth discussion of Baptist theology beyond the fact that we believe we should be baptized only once, and not as infants, but at an age where we understand what it means. Yeah, the Father created us, and He created the angels and the sons of God and the cherubim and all of those. But He didn't exactly create Jesus. That's a different thing. God himself decided to be born as a man and live among us. Circle K. Sometimes it's the truth. Our lives are dingy and dark and damp. But I'm invested in this camp. You wrote a poem. Or you copied a poem. I don't know. I'm not familiar with it. The Spirit and the Son are parts of God. They're aspects. They're ways in which He reveals Himself to us. Because just like Moses and Abraham and all the others after Adam and Eve, if we saw God in all His glory, it would kill us. God agreed to show Moses his hinder parts as he passed by the mountain, but he covered Moses with his hand so he wouldn't see the glory and die. And even so, afterward, the people were frightened because Moses glowed. Well, I wouldn't say everything is God. I would say God is everything. God is everywhere. Which brings me to the communion. Jesus didn't say when you eat some bread and drink some wine on the first Sunday of the month, or when you do it once a week, or maybe on Wednesdays and Sundays, you do this. He said, whenever you eat, you are partaking of his body because God is everywhere. Well, God doesn't divide himself into parts, but he reveals us himself to us partially because if we saw God, we would die. And that's why I say that kicking Adam and Eve out of the garden was a kindness. They could no longer walk and talk with God because if they did, they'd die. And I have parts. I can show you just my hand. You you kind of know it's me, but it's just a hand. Okay. God showed Moses his hinder parts, Old Testament. I'll go with ESV. Exodus chapter 33, verse 18. Please, Moses said, please show me your glory. And he, God, said, I will make all my goodness pass before you, and will proclaim before you my name, the Lord. And I will be gracious to whom I will be gracious, and will show mercy on whom I will show mercy. But, he said, you cannot see my face, for man shall not see me and live. And the Lord said, behold, there is a place by me where you shall stand on the rock, and while my glory passes by, I will put you in a cleft of the rock, and I will cover you with my hand until I have passed by. Then I will take away my hand, and you shall see my back, but my face shall not be seen. Now, in the King James, instead of back, it says hinder parts. So God is showing Moses part of himself, not the whole thing, and not his face, not his glory. Yeah, it's anthropomorphizing, and it happens to be the Bible. It's stated in a way that we can understand. But we cannot see God face to face while we live on this earth in this life. Oh, Circle K was Paraphrasing Robert Frost. Okay. Robert Frost. Okay. He was once the poet laureate of the United States. And yet I'm not really good at remembering Robert Frost except The Road Not Taken. And I barely remember that. I chose the path less traveled by, and that has made all the difference. That's the ending of it. Recreational brownies? Oh, chemical brownies. Well, when we die, we're supposed to be able to see God and know Him completely. We won't be omniscient. Only God knows everything. But we will know everything about God. And we'll be able to, walk and talk with God. But not in this life and not on this earth. It's a fallen world. And our job is to improve it to the best of our ability to make things as good as we possibly can. Oh, geez, we're coming up on 3.5 hours. No wonder I'm hungry and tired and thirsty. Of course, there's always more questions. We can't know everything, but we try. I think that's one of the first things that infants discover is that they want to know everything. Do you know that you don't have to motivate young children to learn? That's their job. That's what they do. That's why they get into everything and ask a million questions. Yeah, Abraham saw the angel of the Lord, which is face to face God. When God was about to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah, three angels came to visit Abraham, and he had Sarah cook dinner for them. And Abraham washed their feet, but he knew they were not just ordinary humans. And one of the three angels was God Himself, the angel of the Lord. And Joshua knew that the angel of the Lord was God Himself because the angel let Joshua worship him. No faithful angel will let us worship him. We are only to worship God. So that had to be God. The angel told Joshua, "Take off your shoes, you're standing on holy ground." And Joshua worshiped him. Reincarnation? I don't know. Jesus didn't say anything about it. I hope not. Why would I want to come back to this world? However, at the end of days, God is supposed to be making a new heavens and a new earth, and we are supposed to live on the new earth. So I guess that could be reincarnation. I would call it resurrection. Circle K is still living in Rome, yes. The empire never ended, and this world is a black iron prison. Question: is the iron black or is the prison black? I won't answer it. You'll have to answer it for yourselves. And Egypt. Well, so called Western civilization came to us from Greece through Rome. The Greeks got it from Egypt. And I don't know where the Egyptians got it, but it isn't Western at all. It's Eastern civilization. The Celts, the Gauls, whatever you want to call the peoples of Europe, and all the tribes in the Americas had their own Western civilization, and the Romans have been stomping on our true civilization for centuries, for thousands of years. Egypt, and before them, Atlantis. Atlantis was not a nice place. It was okay if you were the king. If you were not a royal, forget it. Life was brutish and short for ordinary people. Yeah, Rome's in Italy. Egypt still exists, but it's all Arabs now. The Egyptians were not Arabs originally. So true Western civilization is more like the peoples that Rome conquered. Now, Atlantis, the continent did not sink. The island sank. And yes, it was a big island. But if you check out the measurements that Plato gives us, yeah, it was huge, but that island was less than half the size of Australia. It was not a continent that sank, it was an island. And there's good reason to believe that the continent that was ruled by the island of Atlantis was indeed the Americas. And that in the Caribbean, where it's just a bunch of islands now, it used to be dry land. But when Atlantis sank, the level of the ocean rose and flooded the Caribbean. Well, Atlantis was one island with some man made moats surrounding it. It was part of an archipelago. There were other islands nearby, but strictly speaking, Plato's Atlantis was one island where the god of the sea, Poseidon, married a human woman and had 10 sons who inherited the rulership of 10 parts of that island, and some of them went out and conquered. They conquered Europe all the way to Italy and North Africa all the way to Egypt before the Greeks took a stand and defeated the Atlanteans and drove them back shortly before the whole island sank into the sea. And we know that that island was near the Mediterranean because when it sank, it plugged up the Pillars of Hercules, the Strait of Gibraltar, so that people could no longer sail into the Atlantic Ocean because the way was blocked by all this mud and debris that was thrown up when Atlantis sank. But yeah, there were other islands. The Canary Islands are still there. So it's really a myth that nobody dared sail into the Atlantic Ocean because of dragons before Columbus. That's horsepucky. Long before the Greeks began to write history, the Egyptians tell us through Plato that people sailed into the Atlantic Ocean all the time. Then there was a huge catastrophe, supposedly because the Atlanteans messed around with some technology they shouldn't have. And I won't go into the readings of Edgar Casey, partly because I don't know them that well, and partly because Edgar Casey was not as accurate as the experts would have you believe. He was darn good on the medical readings, darn good. Helped many people, but this other stuff, not so much. Anyway, you know that ancient Mexico was called Aztlan, which probably means Atlantis. In fact, the ancient city near Mexico City, the ancient capital, was a man made lake with an island in the center and a series of moats. This was an obvious attempt to recreate the original island of Atlantis. They found a Roman ship in South America. Why am I not surprised? Well, you see, when they find things that don't fit their theory, they discard the things that they found. If the facts don't fit the theory, you're supposed to modify the theory, not the facts. Now, I have a problem with the idea of 300-foot tall giants in ancient times. That isn't from scripture, it's from Enoch. First Enoch. There were 3 books of Enoch, and the first one, the oldest, has all that stuff. However, considering that the average single story house has an 8-foot high ceiling, how would you feel if you saw a guy who was 16 feet tall, twice as high as your ceiling? You'd say, oh my God, wouldn't you? And maybe some of the ancient giants were even taller, but not 300 feet. Oh well. The sons of Neptune who ruled Atlantis were supposed to be giants, but not 300 feet tall, more like 16 feet. I bet the voice of someone 16 feet tall could, just like the big bad wolf huffing and puffing, it could knock down your house. Oh, and as far as these ancient monuments, how did they build them? Must be aliens. Why? Do you really think our ancient ancestors were that stupid? Do you really think they did not have tools just because they didn't leave their tools at the building site? When you see a modern Skyscraper, do you expect that they left behind, oh, let's see, saws and drills and hammers and um, what are those things called? Forklifts and what are those things called? Forgotten the word. Not derricks, but those big things for lifting stuff. Think James Earl Jones, but with a lower pitch. Cranes, that's it. Thank you, Steve and Strontium. Do you really expect to see all the tools left behind where someone built a skyscraper? Why would they leave their tools behind at the pyramids or Baalbek or Gobekli Tepe? Then there's that huge underground mausoleum of the first Chinese emperor. Nobody dares to say that aliens came down and built that. It includes rivers of mercury, and nearby they found buried clay statues of all his soldiers and officers and relatives and so forth. And I'll bet they were quite relieved that they could just bury these clay statues and not be buried alive with their emperor. Our ancient ancestors knew how to build things. The real question is not how they built the Great Pyramid. The real question is why. Please don't tell me it was to bury a pharaoh. The average Egyptian pharaoh, with his regalia and his clothes and all, would not fit in the stone coffin in the king's chamber. It's too small. And even if it had been a grave and it had been robbed, well, who came along with a vacuum cleaner and scooped up all the dust and bits of clothing and metal that would have fallen into the bottom of the coffin? It's totally clean inside. Oh, cranes wiping out people in great battles? Well, maybe catapults. Big cranes. The ancient myths of India, and please remember, myth does not mean fiction. Myth is a great story of a culture that is at least partly true. The ancient Indians tell us that they had flying machines and they conducted war with these machines, that they wiped out two entire cities with these flying machines, and to this day, nobody lives in those two ancient cities because they still are so radioactive that it's dangerous to go there. So maybe the atomic bomb was not invented in the 1940s. But I just don't find it necessary to bring down aliens from the Pleiades to build our monuments and establish our civilizations and, worst of all, create us. That just throws the question back to who created the aliens. If anything, these aliens or sons of God or Anunnaki or whatever they were corrupted our genetics by intermarrying with us, and they owe us reparations for that act of vandalism. And if they show up and have the nerve to tell us to bow down and worship them, they have another think coming. We don't owe them anything, they owe us. That brings me to one point I'd like to make in Genesis chapter 6. It has the sons of God taking wives among human women and making babies. And then it says, and there were Nephilim in the earth in those days. And I'm wondering if the Nephilim were the offspring of the sons of God with the human women, or if they are another class of beings who just happen to live at the same time, which might lead to a better explanation of how Nephilim could live on the earth after Noah's flood. It's just a thought. It needs more exploration. It's only a question in my mind. But if the Nephilim were the children of the sons of God, how did they get onto the ark? Or how did they get into the gene pool? And why only in the line of Canaan, the son of Ham, and not in Ham's other children? Well, maybe there was some hanky panky, but who's the woman? Who is Canaan's mother? I don't know. Total speculation. Just a question for further exploration. Genetics a weird thing. Oh, and we find more and more as scientists explore the genome and all of that, that DNA is not enough. That when an embryo is forming from an egg through a zygote and so on and so forth, and finally into a baby to be born, DNA is not enough. There are epigenetic factors, little things that control how the DNA is expressed. All the DNA can do is make protein. Something has to tell it which proteins to make, when, where, in what amount, etc. And part of that, of course, is telomeres, but there's more to it than that. And it's beginning to look as if Lamarck was at least partially right. This competition to Darwin said that the children can inherit acquired characteristics. For example, the adult giraffe was reaching higher and higher to get leaves off the tree and stretching out its neck, so the baby giraffe was born with a longer neck, that sort of thing. And that might be true to some extent, that the DNA, your DNA in your eggs and sperm, eggs or sperm, you have one or the other, that DNA is affected by things that you do in your life. Oh, Palmer Eldritch. Okay. I've been um, lacquering, using a spray lacquer on that painting to protect it so that the colors stay bright and the glitter stays on. And what I need to do before I send you that painting is to get a very good photograph so I can sell prints. But you will have the original. I have a new painting. I'm not selling it, but I will make prints available soon as I can get good photographs. Okay, Timothy thinks the flood was a metaphor. Well, anyway, let me get my painting before I sign off. Hmm. It's kind of surrealistic, but not like a Dali or Picasso. The light is kind of weird. Let's see if that's better. Yeah, that's worse. Make it sideways. Only I could insert a photograph. Well, you get the idea. It's got clouds and it's got a mountain and some trees, and below that, some grass with little flowers. What you cannot see on my poor little laptop is that there's glitter making different things shiny. But this is my latest attempt at painting with acrylics. When the weather turns better so I can paint outside, I'll use oils. But you see, the vapors from turpentine and linseed oil will build up in my tiny house and kill me. Okay, let's put this away. So you like my painting? I will make prints available, but I'm keeping it. Well, someone, a real expert, showed me how to make the clouds. You dip a finger in the white paint and you go dot, 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 as many dots as you want, and then you smear them with your finger or a brush until they look like clouds. I'm beginning to think that the flood that covered the whole world happened in stages. In other words, not all in one day. Because so many cultures around the world have these flood myths, it must have been global. I have Netflix, Timothy, because my baby sister put me on her family plan. Yes, the tribal peoples of the Americas have flood myths too, and tales of giants that they had to do battle against the giants and kill them. Anyway, um, it kind of makes sense. Now, some people say, well, to Noah's mind, the Mediterranean was the whole world, and he didn't know about Asia or the Americas or Africa. But there's flood myths all over the place, everywhere. And there's evidence in the geological formations of huge floods. Just think of the white cliffs of Dover, huge piles of dead microscopic sea creatures turning into white chalk. Well, they aren't the only geological features like that. There's huge stacks of chalk cliffs in Russia and other places. The Grand Canyon almost certainly formed in a huge flood, maybe not the flood, but a huge flood. Oh, At Eternity's Gate, the life of Van Gogh. I saw a movie once about he pronounced it Gogh, but Vincent van Gogh, I forget what the title was. It had a famous actor, either Kirk Douglas or the guy from Planet of the Apes. What's his name? I'm terrible at names, as you can tell, probably. Not Willem Dafoe. Oh, Charlton Heston. Thank you, Palmer Eldritch. And then there was a movie about Michelangelo called The Agony and the Ecstasy. I think that was Charlton Heston. I know Ben-Hur was. It's a blessing and a curse to know how to spell, not how to talk, apparently. It's an old movie, but a good one. See, Michelangelo didn't want to paint the ceiling or anything else. He was a sculptor. He made statues like David. And by the way, we don't know what David looked like. But we do know what Alexander the Great looked like because Michelangelo's statue of David was the features and the physical form of David was copied from ancient statues of Alexander the Great, statues that we probably don't have anymore. James. Well, James, it says Palmer Eldritch. Can't help it. By the way, I'm beginning the paragraph about Palmer Eldritch in my work in progress, The X in Exegesis. Eldritch, of course, is a term borrowed from H.P. Lovecraft. In the three stigmata of Palmer Eldritch, I think that's where they got the red pill and blue pill for the Matrix. Leo Bolero's corporation sells Can-D, which of course is candy. It's a drug that helps you enter a make-believe world of Barbie dolls and Ken dolls. Well, Palmer Eldritch comes up with a competing product or drug called Chew-Z, which of course is chewing gum. Now, I don't know how many of you remember, but parents and grandparents used to tell children not to chew gum. It was evil, it would ruin your teeth, and so forth. And besides, it made a terrible mess because you had to get rid of it when you were through chewing it, and you shouldn't swallow it. Well, actually, swallowing gum wasn't so bad back when they made it with real chicle, which is made from a tree sap. But nowadays it's all plastic crap. Anyway, chewing gum is evil. Turns out they were totally wrong. Chewing gum does not ruin your teeth, it actually helps to keep them clean by pulling off little bits of food that you missed with your toothbrush. And it gives your jaws some exercise so they become stronger and your teeth are more firmly held in place in your jaws. Lust for life. Thank you, Timothy. It's been it's been 4 hours. My next book is coming as soon as I can finish writing it. Kirk Douglas. Thank you, Timothy. I knew it was one of them. Charlton Heston or Kirk Douglas. Anyway, it's nonfiction. It's kind of academic. It doesn't actually have footnotes because I can't afford the software that would make footnotes work and come out right when the book is printed. I could turn them into end notes at the end of each chapter, but what I decided to do is just use parentheses. After I quote something, I have parentheses and I write out the source where it came from. But I'm not using huge big words. I'm trying to make it accessible for the average reader who's really interested in Philip K. Dick's exegesis. I'm going to have to probably price it at about $20. I've always promised never to make my books cost more than $20. So maybe 19.95. So if someone's selling one of my books for more than $20, it's it's a resale, and it might be worth it if it's something rare or I signed it or something like that. But I keep, except when on the few occasions when I put a book on eBay and let people bid. Other than that, I've always kept the prices under $20. It will be a paperback. Eventually, it will be a Kindle, but because so many people pirate the Kindle, they break the code and they copy it and either sell it or give it away. I'm going to have to keep it off Kindle at first. Well, Timothy, I'm in going through the exegesis, which has numbers, and then you have to go all the way to the back and find that number. I find that rather tedious. So I think it's important to say in the text so people know I'm quoting Umberto Rossi or I'm quoting the exegesis. And since most of the exegesis quotes are from this book, it'll just say exegesis and a page number. But I want people to know whom I am quoting right there. And it isn't too cumbersome, but it's a lot of work to actually get it all together. And I've had to explain the Big Bang Theory, entropy, the Logos, Gnosticism, and why in the world the X is important, the letter X. Well, we use X like X Files or the X in algebra to signify the unknown. But to Phil's mind, it represented Christ. He thought the cross was shaped like a letter X, but he was almost certainly wrong. It had to be the letter T. It really goes back to Emperor Constantine. The first letter of Christ in Greek looks like an X. And the cross that Constantine saw in the sky with "Conquer in this sign, in hoc signo vinces," it was shaped like an X, but it was more than that. It's in my book. I'm tired and I've been talking for 4 hours. And I'm just amazed that little Tora Kitty has let me keep talking for so long. And I figure it'll probably be out in March, and I will probably be able to talk about it as a guest on Fade to Black with Jimmy Church. Go Beckley Teppy, man. He did interview me on a Saturday night on Coast to Coast, I never would have gone on Coast to Coast, woo woo, but it was Jimmy Church. He has a voice that makes women swoon, and a face made for radio, just like Art Bell. Yes, St. Andrew's cross is an X. Thank you, Steve. And then the cross of St. George is kind of a T, kind of. So the combined flag of Great Britain, of England, and Scotland is the crosses of St. Andrews and St. George. You know, the guy who killed the dragon. Yeah, I like Jimmy Church, except the first hour of every show is a bunch of rock and roll music, and I like the music, but that isn't why I tune in. Apparently, he's really great on the guitar himself. Anyway, I'll be talking more and more about the X and exegesis on my YouTube channel. My promo for the book will be the teaser, something like, they called him a madman. They said he burned out his brains with drugs. They were wrong. People thought Phil didn't write anything between 1969 and 1975. Well, he didn't publish any books, but he certainly wrote books. I think Flow My Tears, the policeman said, came out in 74. And then A Scanner Darkly was either 70, I think it was 77. I don't know. I know that I refused to read The Galleys again in 75. But I brainstormed that novel with Phil, A Scanner Darkly. I proofread every page as it came out of the typewriter. I made up the scene where the guy opens the hood of his car and sees nothing but dog poop. And Phil acknowledged that I was the co author, although I didn't get my name on the published book. But it was so painful, especially for Phil. He lived through that story, he knew those people. It was only later, after the book was published, that I encountered, or understood anyway, what substance abuse, abuse of alcohol and drugs did not only to the people who abused them, but also to those around them. I miss that television commercial. You know, this is your brain on drugs, and they show an egg in a frying pan. Well, the next commercial says, "This is your family when you're on drugs," and they start, you know, breaking everything in the kitchen with a frying pan. This is the people who care about you when you're on drugs. Oh, glad you like my teaser. 4:05, definitely more than 4 hours. X marks the spot. Good one, Circle K. A Scanner Darkly is completely different from anything he wrote before, and yet you can see the roots of it in everything he wrote before. I like to think that my, at the time, journalistic style of writing had something to do with that. I began publishing articles as a journalist when I was still in high school. but still, it's nothing compared to Radio Free Albemuth. Even if he had not written any of the other Valis novels, Radio Free Albemuth is a really great book. Well worth reading. And don't forget, there's a movie. They didn't have a huge budget, they primarily financed it themselves. And it's awesome. It's faithful to the book without actually copying it. It's hard to explain. But A Scanner Darkly is literally faithful to what it says in the book, and they totally off center because they didn't know what it meant. Radio Free Albemuth, those the director who wrote the script and everyone involved understood what Radio Free Albemuth was about, and they nailed it. Now, the ending kind of says that, yeah, we live in a black iron prison, but the youth are our great hope. And that's sort of a resolution, but there's more to it than that. And I highly recommend that you both read the book and see the movie. I'm not sure whether it's on Netflix or Amazon Prime, but it's on one of those right now. It has been on both. Yeah, I try to listen to audiobooks when I can, but they take a long time. And I have copies of many of his books. It's the short stories that I like to find in audio form. I can take the time to listen, but when it's an 8-hour audio book, by the time we get to the end, I've forgotten the middle. It's what most people remember, the beginning and the end, and the middle is like, peanut butter. Okay, guys, I really gotta go. But I'll be back next week, if not sooner. And thank you all for chatting and putting the thumbs up and everything. Yeah, I got The Defenders. I listened to that on YouTube. It's sort of the heart of the penultimate truth, The Defenders. But the penultimate truth comes to a slightly different conclusion. Okay, thank you all. I've really enjoyed having you here. It's awesome. Catch you next week, if not sooner. Let's see, I better type that. Thank you all for listening and chatting, and hmm, gotta get them spelled right. You all take care too, Circle K and everyone else.